by the way, just before the election starts. Who's going to confirm the
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to start. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of the 43rd session of the European Commission on Agriculture. I hope you have rested well after yesterday's part of the session and have enjoyed the field visit this morning. Let me provide you with the schedule for today as outlined in the order of the day. We will start shortly with item 11, election of the ECA chairperson, the first and second vice chairpersons, and the other members of the executive committee, followed by item 12, any other business, and item 13, date and place of the 44th session of the ECA. After item 13, we will move to the review and adoption of the report of this session. The draft report has been made available in all 4 official languages by the Secretariat. Hard copies are available at the registration desk. We are moving now to the ECA elections. I would like to inform the Commission that at this stage, no further nominations for the elections will be accepted. Before we start the election in my capacity as the chairperson of ECHA, I would like to first recognize and commend the extraordinary dedication and hard work of this executive committee. Over a bit less than 2 years, during our term, we faced many challenges, not least the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine, extreme climate events and opportunities, particularly the UN Food Systems Summit +2 stock-taking moment and the UN 2023 Water Conference. The resilience, experience and expertise of the Executive Committee was vital to dealing with the challenges and building on the opportunities. And I thank you all for your flexibility, adaptability and good spirits throughout this difficult period. The work of this Commission is extremely important for Europe and Central Asia, and it has been my pleasure to work with each of you in the Executive Committee and with the FAO Regional Office towards the delivery of the Sustainable Development Agenda and the SDGs in Europe and Central Asia. I wish each of you every success, and I hope to working with you again in the future. I would like to move now to the elections. I wish to remind the delegates that under the rules of procedures of ECHA, the Commission is invited to elect the ECHA chairperson, the first and second vice chairpersons, and the 6 other members of the Executive Committee. The Secretariat has received the following nominations. For the position of the chairperson of the European Commission on Agriculture, Ms. Lidia Popantonova, permanent representative of the Republic of North Macedonia to FAO. For the position of the first vice chairperson of the European Commission on Agriculture, Professor Serkos A. Haroudunian, president of the Hellenic Agricultural Organization Dimitra, Greece. For the position of the second vice chairperson of the European Commission on Agriculture, Mr. Andrea Angeli, International Relations Officer, Ministry of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forests of Italy. For the positions of other members of the Executive Committee, Mr. Roman Diatka, permanent representative of Czechia to FAO and WFP, Mr. Michel Levesque, Agricultural Counselor, Permanent Mission of France to the UN in Rome, Ms. Evelyn Lantos, Head of Unit, Ministry of Agriculture of Hungary, Mr. Murat Emirchanov, Chairman of the Land Management Committee, Ministry of Agriculture of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Ms. Liliana Martin, Head of the Public Policy Coordination and EU Integration Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Industry of the Republic of Moldova, Ms. Victoria Bokharova, Second Secretary, Representative of the Ministry of Agriculture of the Russian Federation at the Permanent Representation in Italy, Ms. Teresia Karamolisova, State Advisor at the Foreign Coordination Department, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development of Slovakia, and Mr. Yuri Grinevetsky, First Secretary, Alternate Permanent Representative of Ukraine to FAO. Considering that for the position of the chairperson of the ECHA and for the positions of the first and the second vice chairpersons, the numbers of nominations are the same as the numbers of vacancies based on Rule 6.5 of the Rules of Procedure, I am submitting to the Commission that the appointments for these positions be decided by clear general consent. Should there be no objections to this, I will consider that the Commission is in agreement with this. I do not see objections. Thank you very much. With this, I submit to the Commission to elect Ms. Lidia Popantonova as the chairperson of the ECHA, Mr. Serkos A. Haroudunian as the first vice chairperson of the ECHA, and Mr. Andrea Angeli as the second chairperson of the ECHA. If I see no objections to the election of these candidates, I will consider them elected. Seeing no objections, I announce that the Commission has elected the new chairperson and the new vice chairpersons. Thank you very much. Now, taking into account that the Secretariat has received more nominations than available seats for the other members of the Executive Committee, the election for these positions will be conducted through a secret ballot vote. For this, I give the floor to Mr. Ilya Betlem, FAO Elections Officer, who will conduct the voting procedure. Mr. Betlem, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and good afternoon, delegates. The secret ballot voting procedure will elect 6 members of the Executive Committee with a mandate from the end of the current session for a 2-year period. We have 8 candidates for the 6 vacancies to be filled, as introduced just now by the Chairperson. In accordance with paragraph 9 of Rule 12 of the General Rules of the Organization, the 6 vacancies will be filled simultaneously in one election. The voting procedure will be in full accordance with the basic text of FAO, as well as in accordance with established practices. Before running through the voting procedures, I need to remind all members and delegates of the fundamental importance of complete secrecy of the ballot. I also need to recall the obligation that all those responsible for the supervision of any vote by secret ballot shall not disclose to any unauthorized person any information which might tend, or be presumed to tend, towards destroying the secrecy of the ballot. This is set out in the general rules of the organization. Voting delegates will be asked to hand over electronic recording or communications appliances, such as mobile phones and tablets. Electronic appliances will be kept under the supervision of the Secretariat and will be returned to the delegate at the exit of the voting area, immediately after the delegate has deposited their ballot paper in the ballot box. It could be considered to leave electronic appliances behind on your desk. Now, on to the voting procedures. Delegates will be called one by one in alphabetical order, starting with the letter A, to go to the voting area to the left of the head table, your left. Delegates must bring their session registration pass to show to the teller at the entrance for identification. A ballot paper will then be issued by one of the 2 tellers at the entrance. The ballot paper contains in this selection 8 candidates in alphabetical order of their country of origin. Delegates are required to cast 6 votes for 6 different candidates, as there are 6 vacancies in this election. Delegates are invited to mark the 6 candidates of their choice with an X. I must underline the importance that voting delegates mark 6 candidates, since ballot papers that show less or more than 6 votes shall be invalid. It is not possible to select only 1 or 2 or any number short of 6 candidates, as 6 votes must be cast for the ballot paper to be valid. It is also not possible to cast a vote for 1 candidate and abstain from further candidates. If a voting delegate wishes to abstain in the vote, the ballot paper should be left blank entirely and no votes should be cast. The 6 candidates who receive the largest number of votes will be elected as members of the Executive Committee, provided that they also reach the required majority of more than half of members casting valid votes. As with other votes, this number of members casting valid votes does not include abstentions or defective ballots. Under paragraph 4C of Rule 12 of the General Rules of the Organization, the ballot paper cannot have any other mark or notation other than that required for the indication of the vote, as this would also invalidate the ballot paper. I should add that each ballot paper does carry my initials as per rule. If a voting delegate makes a mistake in the ballot, in the voting area, or invalidates inadvertently the ballot paper, they may request a new blank ballot paper from me, from the elections officer, while they are still in the voting area. The invalidated ballot paper will remain in my custody. I also need to remind delegates that under Rule 12, once voting has commenced, no delegate or representative may interrupt the voting except to raise a point of order in connection with the vote. Before we proceed, we need to establish the quorum, which under Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission is a majority of the representatives. I will ask the Secretariat to do a quick check of the number of representatives sitting behind the flags right now. Please bear with us for a second while we do that. Perfect. Thank you. No, without you. Thank you, Sophia. I'm told that we have 37 representatives here. That means that we have a quorum and we can proceed to the vote. Before we open the vote, I will repeat one more time, a bit ad nauseam, that for a ballot paper to be valid, it will either have 0 votes to abstain, or it has 6 votes to vote for the candidates. And with that, thank you, Chairperson. Over to you to announce your appointment of the tellers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bethlehem, for the very useful information. I hope it's fully understood and that we have smooth elections. Before we start the vote, I wish to announce to the session that in accordance with Rule 12, paragraph 10C of the General Rules of the Organization, I have appointed Mr. Branko Saraz from Montenegro and Mr. Gonzalo Eiriz from Spain to act as tellers in this session. Thank you. I call the Russian Federation, please.
Благодарю вас, господин.
Thank you, Chair. As regards the latest instructions from the Russian Federation, we withdraw our candidacy and call for people to vote for Kazakhstan. We think that Kazakhstan's presence in the Executive Committee would meet all of the obligations of proper geographical representation of the Executive Committee and ECHA in the Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for this update. I will have to wait from the Secretariat to inform me whether we are good to go or we need further Okay, as I'm informed, due to the decision of the Russian Federation to withdraw from the elections, we will need to pause for about 10 minutes to prepare new ballot papers for the delegates to vote. Thank you for your patience. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I please call you to come inside. The voting process is about to start. Dear delegates, please take your seats. The voting is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, voting is about to start. I call also the scrutineers to take their place at the voting area. We are ready to initiate. I now pass the floor to the ECA Secretary, Mr. Piotr Wlodarczyk, for the initiation of the voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I'm going to read the names of the countries in alphabetical order, and the representatives of those countries will be requested to go to this voting area, starting from here, going in that direction. The first country I'm calling is Armenia. Armenia is not present. Austria, please. The next country is Azerbaijan. Please note that you may leave your mobile phones on your desk or will be requested to hand them over to our colleague at the first desk. The next country is Belgium, please. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Croatia, please. Cyprus. The next country is Czechia, please. Estonia. Finland, please. France. Followed by Georgia. And Germany, please. The next country is Greece. Greece, please. Hungary, please. Ireland. And Israel. Italy, please. Kazakhstan, please. Kazakhstan, please. Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan, please. Latvia. And the next will be Lithuania. And Luxembourg, please. Luxembourg. Are they coming? Are they coming? Luxembourg? Oh. The passage seems to be... Yes. Malta, please. Montenegro, please. The Netherlands, please. Followed by North Macedonia. Poland, please. And Portugal, please. Republic of Moldova, please. Romania, please. Romania is already there, I think. Russian Federation, please. Slovakia. Slovenia. Spain, please. Sweden, please. Spain first, please. Switzerland, please. Tajikistan, please. Turkey, please. The United Kingdom, please. Sorry. My mistake. Ukraine, please. I'm sorry. And Uzbekistan, please. I would like to call again those countries who were called but did not vote. So I would like to ask now Armenia. Kazakhstan. Kyrgyzstan. Tajikistan. And Turkey. Thank you very much.
The voting has been concluded. Now the elections officer, the tellers, the scrutineers and the FAO staff involved in the voting procedure will proceed to the counting room, and after that we will have the results of the voting. Meeting post. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are resuming the session. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, we resume now our session, and I wish to announce the result of the election of members of the Executive Committee. Ballot papers deposited 37. Invalid ballot papers 0. Abstentions 0. Majority required 19. The following have been elected. Mr. Roman Diatka from Czechia, 37 votes. Ms. Evelyn Lantos from Hungary, 37 votes. Ms. Terezia Kramolisova from Slovakia, 37 votes. Mr. Michel Levesque from France, 35 votes. Ms. Liliana Martin from the Republic of Moldova, 34 votes. And Mr. Yuri Grinevetsky from Ukraine, 32 votes. Not elected, Mr. Murat Termishanov from Kazakhstan with 10 votes. I would like to congratulate the new chairperson, the new first and second vice chairpersons, and the other members of the Executive Committee, and I wish them all the best in fulfilling their new mandates. The next agenda item is item number 12, any other business. Would any members or observers or observer representatives like to raise any other business item at this time? I see Russia.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to speak on the previous agenda item. We'd like to congratulate the new members of the Bureau on their election and wish them productive work in the forthcoming period. At the same time, we express regret at the absence of a representative from the Eurasian region in the Bureau, and that imbalance shows that the interests of that region are being neglected in the Commission, and that is very sad. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. So, would any members or observer representatives like to raise an AOB item at this time? If the Commission is in agreement, I would like to close this agenda item. Dear delegates, I would now like to go to agenda item 13, date and place of the 44th session of the ECA. Hungary, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. As for the place of the next session, I'd like to note that the government of Hungary we're glad to announce that we would be more than happy to host the meeting of the Committee of Agriculture, European Committee of Agriculture's next session. So really hope that we are going to be able to welcome all of you here the next session. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Hungary, for your kind offer. Well noted. Now, based on the decision of the Commission taken in 2014, I would like to recall that the session of the ECA will be in alternative years and at least 6 months prior to the Regional Conference for Europe. Thus, the 44th ECA session should take place in the autumn of 2025. Tentatively, the session will take place between 30 September and 3rd of October 2025. Let me also inform you that in line with the rules of procedure of ECA, the Director General of FAO, in agreement with the Chairperson of ECA, will decide on the exact timing of the next ECA session. Should any delegations wish to make comments, the floor is open for interventions. Thank you. Let me close the item and take note of the debate. The suggestions will be forwarded to the Director General of FAO for his consideration. We are nearly at the end of the session. Today we have only one final item on the agenda: review and adoption of the report of the session. The draft report has been made available in, I think it's only English, in only the English language of the ECA by the Secretariat at the registration desk. Let me now give the floor to the rapporteurs to provide a short summary of the report. Please, Ms. Vibornova and Mr. Eris, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, and I would like to express gratitude for the work which has been done at this session, and we'd like to convey to this 43rd session a draft report which you've already had a chance to have in your hands. We would like to thank the ECA Secretariat, Sofia, Piotr, and Maxime, for the support they have extended to the rapporteur team. We've tried to present a report which is as balanced as possible, which would take into account both what has been dealt with in the conclusions under each item, as well as what has been said in the room. And I'm also grateful for the work done by my colleague. Thank you.
Уважаемый господин председатель,
Chair, members of the Commission, as rapporteur, I would like to thank the representatives of the Secretariat who have prepared an excellent basis for our work as rapporteurs. We'd also like to thank the translators and my colleague, the second rapporteur from Spain, for his work. Our aim was to be as precise as possible in reflecting what was said in the discussions and to prepare relevant conclusions. On most of the agenda items, we managed to achieve this. As rapporteur, I was guided by the fact that the report should be objective and impartial in reflecting the whole discussion, especially on those items which are important to the whole region. And in preparing the conclusions under item 7 of the report, the measures taken by the FAO in the response to the multiple crises in Europe and Central Asia, which was one of the most lively items for discussion. It was not possible to achieve a consensus, and it's my duty, I think, to draw attention to that fact before the report is adopted. And in the second part of my statement, I will speak in my national capacity. Thank you.
I thank the rapporteurs for their presentation of the draft report, and the floor now is open for any comments. I reiterate that the floor is now open for any comments from the members of the ECA on the report. I have the civil society organizations asking for the floor. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we really need to thank the rapporteur and the Secretariat for the work done. But we are not, we would like to underline that the discussion that we had under item 7 on multiple crises, that was extremely important, also because we all know that multiple crises, unfortunately, it's something that is stable. We are in a stable multiple crisis situation. It's not, and in the, as it is, as we read now, we think there is a lack of a reflection on the fact that the answer to the multiple crisis cannot be reduced to boosting international trade or the digitalization of these systems. So we think that we are missing some of responses that could have been done and have been discussed, especially the response given by the local community and their integrated capacity to support the multiple crises, as was discussed also during the side event. And this means that we are not at all in that report addressing the climate crisis, including the loss of biodiversity, that is essential in this moment to address. And we have lack to reference, for example, on agroecology and, as I said before, integrated community development. And this is really missing in this part, and we consider that as the status is stable, it's not in some years we are in crisis. We will figure this, and it's not only the war. The war is there, we are all conscious of the war, but it's the report was on multiple crises. So we thought that although the work was excellent done by all the rapporteur and the secretariat, we are missing a very important part of the discussion on this part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, civil society organizations. I now see Russian Federation asking for the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of the Russian Federation expresses its disagreement with a number of the points in the draft report. First of all, we feel it's necessary to enshrine in the report the fact that the delegates in the Russian Federation's visas were denied before the opening of the session. And at that point, it was the only participant from our country registered for a regular event which the FAO organizes and conducts in accordance with the Constitution of the organization. And then the conclusions do not fully reflect the state of the actual debate. It effectively reflects the position of only one part of the countries, namely the countries of the European Union and those states who share their approach. And we draw the attention of delegates to the fact that the European Commission on Agriculture includes many more countries, and so only reflecting the EU's position in the report should be viewed as an attempt to usurp the Commission by the member states of the EU. And we've expressed our position regarding the conflict in Ukraine and the facts which have had an impact on food security in the region and the world, including unilateral measures and sanctions. And in accordance with 8.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the European Commission on Agriculture, we request that this statement be viewed as an official request for the Russian delegation's opinion to be reflected in the report regarding unilateral coercive measures and their effects on food security and nutrition globally and in the region. And I'd like to take of our right here to add another paragraph which would read as follows, and I'll move to English.
The Commission noted the position of one member in relation to the impact of negative effects of unilateral coercive measures, sanctions to the regional and global food security. Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Yes, we would have to see your proposal in writing in some form in order for the Commission to have an opinion on your proposal. So please send us the proposal. Spain, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. We'd like to know, please, what format would this inclusion take place in?
I understand that Spain, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, is asking in what format the proposed inclusion of the Russian Federation will take place. So is it, I am with the impression that it was asked to be inserted as a paragraph, if I am correct, but this is to be clarified by the Russian Federation. I see nothing. So this is the case, a paragraph. Inside the report, under the relevant paragraph to item number 7, if this is the case. Maybe the Russian Federation can confirm, yes, this is, I see nothing again, but please, Russian Federation, confirm it as well.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in our understanding, we would like under item 7 there to be a separate paragraph, which I will be sending just now to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Russian Federation, for the clarification, and I give the floor to Spain.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you again, sir. Having heard from the Russian delegate, on behalf of the European Union of 27 member states, we think that this is a minority view. Therefore, this should be the format that it's included in, not as a paragraph, but as an expression of that minority. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain. On behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Благодарю.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like, if possible, to read out the provision in the Rules of Procedure, Rule 8.1. At each session, the Commission adopts the report of its work, which should reflect its opinions, recommendations, and decisions, including, if there is such a request, the opinion of the minority. And an appropriate request was made by a delegation. In particular points out, she does not have the Rules of Procedure, and that was a free translation of the text in the Rules of Procedure.
So what I would suggest is a paragraph referring to the minority view of the Russian Federation, and this would be reflected also in a footnote and sending to the annex where the whole statement of the Russian Federation would be included in the annex. This would be my proposal if the parties agree. I see Spain.
Sí, Presidente.
Thank you very much, sir, for your proposal. We think that it's perfectly adequate with regard to the regulation or the rules of procedure in force. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. In this specific case, unfortunately, we have to differ, and we want to see this paragraph in the actual text of the conclusions on item 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Noted. I see France asking for the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we can speak French, so just so that your proposal's clear, did you want to add a paragraph in the report plus a referral in the footnote? Is that right? And the interpreter kindly asked the French speaker to speak a little further away from the microphone next time, please.
You are correct, France. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, excuse-moi.
Thank you. Bearing in mind what you've said, perhaps we could take a break so that we can consult. Perhaps we could have a 5-minute break so we can have a consultation and come back to you. Would that be possible, please?
Thank you, France. If no one wants to, no member state would like to take the floor at this moment, yes, this would be the case. A 5-minute break would be beneficial. Thank you. Meeting post. Dear delegates, dear ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume our session. So during the break, we managed to get the text from the Russian Federation, which is the following. I will read it to you once more to take note. The Commission noted the position of one member in relation to the impact of negative effects of unilateral, coercive measures / sanctions to regional and global food security. This was the text that the Secretariat received. My question now to the Russian Federation would be, where exactly do they wish to insert this paragraph in the draft report in order to understand exactly their position? Thank you, and please, Russian Federation.
Thank you very much, Chair. We propose that it be placed after paragraph 22C.
So, thank you, Russian Federation. Is the Commission in agreement with this? Spain, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, we wish to express our disagreement with this proposal. As has been done at previous times when there's been disagreement on text in Council and at the conference, or at the European Regional Conference, we would like this sort of sentiment to be expressed as a footnote. And we need to take into account that when the Commission takes note of a text or of a report, it takes note of that report in its entirety, including the footnotes. And we understand that this sort of expression of disagreement, as has already been said, means the expression of a minority position, and therefore it should be included as a footnote, directly in a footnote. Thank you.
Thank you. Spain, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, noted. So, now seeing no other... Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I would like to refer to the rules of procedure, in which there is no indication of whether the opinion of a minority should be reflected in a footnote or in the report itself. And our proposal is to reflect it in the report per se, and there is no reference to footnotes in the rules of procedure as we see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Noted. Now, as there is no other member state asking for the floor, I would like to refer to the report of the 33rd session of the European Regional Conference and the practice followed by FAO and the conference, including the conference and council, and make a proposal, seeing that there is no compromise on this issue. My proposal would be to include a footnote stating that the Russian Federation disassociated themselves from the content of this paragraph, and the paragraph would be stated here, and presented an expression of minority views which is reflected in annex. So if we have more annexes than one, it should take a number. accordingly. And I also invite the Russian Federation to have the full statement that it was made during the conference included in that annex. So everything would be in the report. This would be the chairperson's proposal to the Commission, and I invite you to take consideration and decide or come with a new proposal. Thank you. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think you are rather preempting events regarding footnotes and disassociation by the Russian Federation, although in this case that's what's going to happen. However, I understand that it's already the end of the session. We're all tired, but I have clear instructions from my capital to include in this agenda item text what we've said in the actual text of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. At this point, I am in your hands. This is your decision to be taken. We have not a compromised solution on the table right now. So it's your decision. My proposal is on the table. And before I give the floor to Spain, I would also like to clarify that it was not my intention to preempt the decision or anything else. Actually, this association was also included in the draft report. This is where I found the reference, and I made the proposal. It wasn't my intention to go further than that. With this, I give the floor to Spain.
Thank you, Chair. We, for our part, would like to restate, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, that we continue to support the proposal already made. Thank you.
Thank you, Spain, on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states for the support of the proposal. I need to remind everyone that we need general consensus in order for this to fly. So it's still not agreed at this moment. At this point, I would suggest we have another break, and I would really call the Russian Federation and all the other interested parties to come together for a last chance of a compromise solution. And you let me know if you succeed something before we proceed to the next step. Thank you. Meeting paused. And just before we break, just got a note that interpreters cannot go beyond 6 o'clock, and that's the final time that they can be here and interpret. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are ready to resume. At this point, I would like to kindly ask all the delegates to take their seats so that we can resume our session. Thank you. So, after our second pause, I would like to ask if the members have reached an agreement or have any proposals, any other views on this issue in order to come to a compromisation. I haven't... Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you very much, sir. We would like to reach an agreement, as I imagine all of you would, as soon as possible. Nevertheless, in order to make progress, in our view, the existing imbalance in that what was said during the statements by the European Union of the 27 member states, and if I'm not mistaken, another 6 member states, was extremely clear. And what is trying to be included as a part of the entire text is the view of one member state. Therefore, we believe that what the majority have said is what should appear in the main text. If one member state would like to make a minority statement or expression, and they have the right to do so, that's fine, and that's part of the basic texts of FAO. We're happy to include that, but we believe that to express the reality of what has happened, we insist that this should form part of the text as a footnote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Spain, on behalf of the UN, its 27 member states. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I'd like to add is that the rules of procedure of the European Commission on Agriculture are respectful of the opinion of the majority and the opinion of the minority. So both need to be reflected in the body of the report itself, and that is something on which we insist. The delegation of the Russian Federation is indeed in a minority, but we insist on this. Thank you.
Okay, seeing that the views have not changed and they are not going to change, I would suggest that we take this to the next level, which is vote. According to the rules of procedure, a roll call vote can be used for this occasion. you will be informed by the elections officer about the details of the procedure in order to decide on if the proposal from the Russian delegation will be included as a paragraph or not, according to the majority of the Commission and the rules of procedure. I would now like to call the elections officer, and I would also like to call Ms. Lydia Bobandonova, the previous first vice chairperson and the next chairperson, to take over, because I have to catch a flight. So I leave the hot potato and I leave. Thank you for your participation, your support, and I wish the best and a quick ending to the ECA session with a successful report in the end. Thank you so much, and the best for me.
Mr. Chairperson and members of the Commission. It has been customary, actually, to bid farewell to the chairperson after the end of the session. However, you leave us before that, but this is an appreciation of your stewardship of the Executive Committee, your chair of the ECA, and your association with the ECA and the EXCOM in different capacities throughout more than 6 years. Thank you very much on behalf of the Commission and on behalf of the Secretariat.
Thank you so much. This is a great honor for me. I love working in ECA, and I have, this is...
For those who do not reach compromises.
I really enjoyed working for the Commission. I wish all the best to the Commission. I have worked in all positions of this Commission as a member, vice chairperson, and the chairperson, and I really enjoyed it. Please keep the work of the Commission technical as possible, and I wish you good deliberations. Thank you all. Before I leave, and excuse me, I would like to thank the Secretariat, Mr. Nabil Ganji. I owe a big thank to Mr. Rahmanin as well, who is not with us at the moment, and also to my great asset, I would say, and friend, Mr. Piotr Prodacic, Sophie, Eniko, for their help and the excellent preparation of background documents throughout the EXCOM in all these years. You are in good hands. Thank you, and all the best.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. It was not supposed to be like this for me, to have the hot potatoes from the very beginning. I was told that it will be a very relaxed first meeting where we will be introduced to each other, but this is the reality, so we have to deal with it. I know that most of you are anxious to leave because of the flights this afternoon, this evening, in fact. So I will just take over I will just follow what Marius has already said and repeat in order to be clear. So, noting that the EU proposed for the Russian Federation minority views to be included in the footnote with the full statement in the annex, and the text is, I'm going to read it. The Commission noted the position of one member in relation to the impact of negative effects of unilateral coercive measures / sanctions to regional and global food security. So, because we are going to proceed to the next level, and that is voting, as already said before, the question has to be very clear, and the question is, do you agree to add the text proposed by the Russian Federation as a paragraph in the report? And now I will ask Mr. Ilias to explain the Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to welcome you in your new capacity in the chair, but I would like to clarify with the Secretariat, or at least receive some explanation from the legal service as to whether the chair can put a proposal from a member state to include such and such a paragraph to a vote. And who should actually do this? Thank you.
Russian Federation, your comment is noted. So you will understand the need to consult for me at the very first meeting. So it's not about the text or the statement, it's about how it should be included in the report is up to the members. So the question, yeah, it is how, it is not whether it should be included. So it's a difference between these two. Is it clear, or we?
Thank you for the explanation. I'd like to clarify where that is written, where specifically that is written in the rules of procedure.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
The rules of procedure stipulate that minority views may be included in the report. Full stop. It is up to the members, and this is not me quoting, it's up to the members how to include them. Regardless whether they are included as a footnote, as a body, as an annex, these are all forms and parts of the report. The report in its entirety is up to the members, but it includes in the rules of procedure that all the dissenting votes or minority views can be included in the report. That is absolutely correct in accordance with the rules of procedure. How it's articulated, how it's put, a footnote or a body or an annex, this is up to the members in the session. Thank you.
Спасибо большое, секретарь.
Thank you, Secretariat, for the explanation. Once again, I would like to ask for you to read out the exact wording that we are now putting to the vote. Thank you.
I'm going to repeat the whole thing. So, noting that EU proposed for the Russian Federation minority views to be included in the footnote with the full statement in the annex, then I would like to read the text. The Commission noted the position of one member in relation to the impact of negative effects of unilateral coercive measures, sanctions to regional and global food security. And now we go to the question. Do you agree to add the text proposed by the Russian Federation as a paragraph in the report? In the report or in the body of the report?
Да, я благодарю за разъяснение.
Yes, thank you for the explanation. Thank you.
Before we proceed for voting, we just need to make clear that should the vote will be no, that means that it will be included in the footnote with the full statement in the annex. Yeah, everyone agrees on that? Is everyone clear about that? Okay, thank you. Now I will ask Ilias to explain the voting procedure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome behind the table. Decisions, dear delegates, are taken by a majority of the votes cast. And there were three modalities of voting. The default setting for a vote is a show of hands. A roll call vote could be considered, but this will be triggered at the request of one member, but we are assuming that we're going to vote by a show of hands. Before we proceed to the vote on the proposal of the chairperson, we need to establish again by rule that we have a quorum. The quorum of the Commission is a majority of the representatives, that is a majority of the members who registered for the session. And I'm going to briefly ask the Secretariat to confirm the number that we saw 10 minutes ago. We have a presence of 23 members. That is more than a majority of the representatives of the Commission. That means that we can proceed to the vote. I have not received a request for a roll call vote. We therefore proceed with a show of hands vote. The proposal was whether or not you agree with the inclusion of the Russian statement, the minority statement, in a paragraph of the report. I am first going to ask for the votes in favor. I am then going to ask for the votes against, and I'm then going to ask for the abstentions in this vote. Votes cast, as you may recall, includes the affirmative votes and the negative votes, and it does not include the abstentions. And on the basis of the votes cast, we will determine what the majority is and what, on the basis of that, what the outcome of this vote is. When I ask you what your vote is going to be, so first the affirmative votes, I'm going to ask you to hold up your nameplate to give an opportunity for the Secretariat to count all these votes. And after that, I proceed to the no votes, and after that, abstentions. I see there is a question, Madam Chair.
Okay. Russian Federation, please.
My apologies, Madam Chair. Could I ask for the conclusion of the legal advisor on this issue? Can the chair actually put this issue to a vote? What is the opinion of the legal advisor?
France, please.
Thank you, Chair. Should I speak in English or in French? We don't. Nous souhaiterions.
Well, for the vote, we would prefer this to be by roll call. Thank you.
Okay, after the consultations we made, we have the answer to the question of the Russian Federation, and that is the membership may put anything to the vote as long as it is not in contravention with the basic text. Russian Federation, is that clear? Is that acceptable as an answer? Thank you. And as for the request by France, according to the Rule 6, item number 3, any member of the Commission may request a roll call vote, in which case the vote of each member shall be recorded. So the answer is yes. The representative from France is outside on the phone, but I believe that his colleague will... Okay. France, shall I repeat? I mean, the simple answer is yes. If you want me, I can refer to the particular article, but I don't think it's needed.
Sorry, Chair, I was checking with...
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Извините, госпожа председатель, я могу запросить...
Sorry, Chair, could we ask for a couple of minutes break, please?
Just please consider the time, because most of the people, as far as we are informed, will be leaving soon. But yes.
And the interpreters have given us the deadline for 6:29. Thank you to the interpreters for a third time.
Okay. Can you please take your seats?
Federation's not aware.
Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. One member state, the Russian Federation, requested inclusion of specific language into the text of the report. That is our right. And in this regard, in our opinion, this amendment, this inclusion, should be reflected on the screen and included in the text. As that's not happening now, we, the Russian Federation, officially request the conclusion of the legal advisor on this issue. What is the legal advisor's finding? What's his conclusion on this issue? Thank you.
Now I'm giving the floor to the elections officer to clarify the issue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not the legal advisor. I used to be, but not anymore. My competence is not sitting here as legal advisor. I'm elections officer from the governing bodies division. However, I did consult with my colleagues in the legal office about this very question. How this question should be addressed in light of the text of the rule and the question that was before us here. I have a statement here from a colleague from the legal office. The rule is clear, and I quote, the rule is clear that the report can include minority views. How they should be included in the report is up to the members. Full stop.
It seems that we have repeated what has been already done, but however, is the Russian Federation satisfied with the answer now?
Well, I'd like to express gratitude for the explanation from the Secretariat. But unfortunately, no, we're not satisfied. And we want to receive specifically, if necessarily on Zoom, the conclusion from the legal advisor. We as a member state put forward a proposal which should be in the text and on a screen. And if people don't agree with this, then we might then have to engage another rule in the rules of procedure. But this issue has been put to the vote by the chair, not by the member states. So before that happens, before that vote, we're not prepared to embark upon the procedure for voting until we've had the opinion of the legal advisor. Thank you.
Russian Federation, can you please come over here? Thank you.
Waiting for the text to be shown on the screen.
Franz, please. You have...
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to say that I withdraw my request of a roll call and get back to the regular what you have proposed. Sorry. Thanks.
Well noted. Thank you. I think we are ready. So the text is on the screen in red. The Commission noted the position of one member in relation to the impact of negative effects of unilateral coercive measures / sanctions to regional and global food security. So based on this, the question for the European Commission is, do you agree to add the text proposed by the Russian Federation as a paragraph in the body of the report? Is everyone clear now about the question and the text? Yeah. And we are going to connect to the legal counsel now. Spain, please. Spain, please. Spain, please.
Discúlpeme, antes de que comenzara, solamente comentar que... Sorry. No, solamente comentar que entendemos...
I do apologize, but we understand that the voting procedure is being delayed artificially. We've heard the proposal. We've heard from the elections officer as to the situation. We think that we should proceed to the vote. Thank you very much. The interpreters have kindly given us extra time, but we can't go on forever. Thank you.
I'm giving the floor to the legal office in Rome now, please. Spain, please.
Sentimos, mientras esperamos esa intervención,
We'd like to note that, in our view, a legal opinion of a procedural situation has been sought. The elections officer has conveyed the message directly received from the legal service of FAO in Rome. We all have full faith in the elections officer to carry out his work. He has conveyed the message. Therefore, we don't think it's necessary to hear from the person when we've already had the text conveyed by the elections officer. Once again, we'd like to insist we have full faith in the elections officer. Thank you very much.
Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have every respect for our elections officer, and that's not even a matter of debate. But I just say that by way of that remark. Nonetheless, I have a question which I would like to ask directly of the legal advisor on legal issues. And as a member state, I believe I have that right. Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Apologies from the Secretariat. We have a consortium of technical people trying to connect us with Zoom.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Can I intervene now?
Yes, please. Russian Federation, go on with your question.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry that the connection has not been very good, and it took a while for me to enter into the meeting. So I understand that the question is whether minority views can be included in the report. So according to Rule 8 of the Rules of Procedure of the European Commission on Agriculture, paragraph 1, the Commission shall approve a report embodying its views, recommendations and decisions, including, when requested, a statement of minority views. Therefore, the report can include minority views of the members. How this is going to be reflected in the report is up to the members. There is nothing foreseen in the rules. So I hope this is clear. Thank you.
Can you please stay online, Russian Federation?
Thank you very much, legal advisor. I hope you can hear me. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the explanation, and I have a specific question now. As a member state, do I have the right to introduce a paragraph into the report, in this case, as the member state representing the minority? I understand there is the same right, and in that case, in my understanding, the understanding of my delegation, such a right is being deprived. We're being deprived of that right because it's only being allowed into the report if it's by consensus. So under this paragraph of the report, we are basically being deprived of the right. By way of an example, I can give you an example from the FAO Council sessions 169, 170, 171st, 172nd sessions. A number of countries at those sessions of the Council made a proposal for a decision. The decision was adopted by a majority, and it was introduced, and no one deprived them of that right to introduce something into the text. In this case, we feel we're being deprived of that right to introduce a paragraph into the report itself. And could I have an explanation on that issue? Thank you.
I think our legal office has not heard the intervention because of the interpretation. So if the Russian Federation would allow me to try to say it in English to the legal office. Marta, are you with us? Marta? Marta, are you with us? Is Marta online? Yes? Marta, can you hear us? Well, she's muted, but you can hear. No? Marta, can you hear us? Hello, Marta?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I will try as much as possible to translate what the Russian Federation's delegate has basically been asking, which is, the delegate has quoted several examples from the Council documents, whereby when the forum in question, whether it's Commission or Council, have had a particular resolution or views, and when there is dissenting or minority views by one or more members in that forum, that their views, their minority views, were expressed in the report. And the Russian Federation is claiming that by not being able to present its views, minority being in the body of the report, that the Russian Federation as a member state is being deprived of a right that they have as a member state with particular views that are different from the majority. This is just basically a brief on how the question is, and I leave myself in the hands of the Russian Federation whether it believes that this is an honest translation of a brief of what you have posed.
Да, спасибо.
Yes, thank you. That's all accurate. Thank you. Perfectly accurate.
Marta, this is to confirm that the Russian Federation has agreed that the interpretation that I have said is basically accurate to the question that was posed in the Russian language. So this is the question you have here, basically whether by requesting or by inputting the report, the statement of the minority in a particular manner or the other, whether it deprives the member state from a right that they have to put their dissenting views or their minority views in the report in a particular form or the other. Thank you. The floor is yours, Marta.
Thank you. Well, as I said, the Commission, and this is up to the Commission shall approve the report, and the report should include the views of the Commission, the recommendations of the Commission, and the decisions taken by the Commission, including a statement of minority views. So I'm just reading the rule, and this is the rule. The report can include minority views according to the rules. So this is as far as I can go. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta.
Russian Federation, is this the answer that you are expecting and you have asked for? Spain, please.
Sí, gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam, and congratulations and all the best for your new term. I think we've heard the guarantee of all rights to Russian Federation. So once again, we'd like to insist on moving straight ahead with the vote, please.
Okay, we give the final word to the Russian Federation, and then we proceed with voting. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to point out that in any event, we are going to make an official request to the legal advisor on this issue, but we will not object now to a vote. Nonetheless, we feel it's the right of each member state to include a paragraph in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm giving the floor to the election officer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated earlier, when we opened this procedure, I'm going to ask the members present first if they are in favor of the proposal as it was articulated by the chairperson. After that, I will ask the members to raise their flag who are against the proposal. And after that, I'll ask for the abstentions. When you raise your flag, please keep it up so that the Secretariat has a chance to count. Can I see the flags of the members of the Commission who are in favor of the proposal of the chairperson? Sure. Okay. Sorry. There is some confusion. We mean the same thing. The question articulated by the chairperson was, do you agree with the inclusion of the text in the body of the report? The text proposed by the Russian Federation. Should that be included in the report? Do you agree with that? If you agree with that, please show me your signs. One member in favor of the proposal. Thank you. Can I now see the nameplates of the members who are not in favor of the proposal to include in the body of the report? We count 17. Is there a member of the Commission who wishes to abstain in this vote? Thank you. That concludes the vote. There is a majority of the votes cast in favor of the proposal. Thank you. Sorry. I completely misspoke. The proposal has not been adopted. Thank you.
Okay. So the results are clear, and we move to the adoption of the report. Are there any other comments? Okay, Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to clarify. In this case, the voting was on including our proposal in the text of the report. Could we now have clarification regarding a footnote, because that was not put to a vote? Thank you.
Okay. So the text that was on the screen will be put in the footnote. with the full statement in the annex, as we previously said, before proceeding with the voting. Is that clear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this text will be reflected in a footnote, we would like to have it reflected in the footnote that it wasn't just one member state, it was the Russian Federation that expressed the position on the impact of unilateral coercive sanctions.
Fine. Well noted. Thank you. Okay, Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In this regard, we would like to put to the vote paragraph 22B in the draft report.
Прошу прощения, 22.
My apologies, says the Speaker. I meant to say 22C. 22C should be put to a vote, please. Thank you.
Spain, please.
Estimada Presidenta.
Dear Madam Chair, speaking on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, we would like a proposal to be made to call for adoption of the report as a whole, as it is. And given the situation, we think it's the clear expression of the majority of the members of the committee. So we'd like that proposal to come from the chair, please.
So we have a new proposal, and I would like to ask the members, the Commission, does the Commission agree with the adoption of the report as it is now? Block.
Including 22.
Okay, can you please articulate that clearly or show your hands? No, just, yeah, show hands. What? No. Yeah, show in a way that you are in favor of this proposal. Thank you. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Russian Federation calls for the whole report to be put to a vote, please.
So we have a question that we would like to address to the Russian Federation. Does that mean that the Russian Federation doesn't agree on the adoption of the report en bloc?
The Russian Federation is requesting the whole report be put to a vote.
Fine, I'm giving the floor to the election officer again. Please, Ilya. Yeah, for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We are in the presence of a call for a vote. We will proceed to a vote, as indicated by the Chairperson. Before proceeding to a vote, as per the rules, again, we need to establish that we have a quorum. I'm going to ask Sophia. please bear with us while we count the number of members that are present at this moment, as we need to reach a quorum of a majority of the representatives of the Commission, that is, a majority of the members registered for this session. I'll give some time to the Secretariat to count the numbers. Thank you. We have 19 representatives present in the room. We have 41 registered members for this session, and that means that 19 is not sufficient for a quorum, and that means that we cannot proceed to a vote at this point. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
So, as we cannot go for the vote, so the only option we are left now is to adopt the report en bloc. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to receive some explanation as to whether that's actually possible.
So it seems that we are not left with many choices. The only one is to close this item without adopted report, and then to go through it on an extraordinary session or special session dedicated to this.
Or at the next session.
Yeah, maybe on the next session of the ECA, but I believe that maybe sooner it will be better. Yeah. Any comments on this proposal? This is an unfortunate situation we are dealing with, but that is the reality. So if you have any comments or opinions, please let us know. Spain.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Indeed, we fully agree with you that this is a very unfortunate situation. It would have been possible to approve the report in block or as a whole with all of the countries' requirements within the final report. All of the statements and all of the texts to be included in the report were within the report, be it with a footnote, because let's recall, as the Secretariat informed us, a footnote forms part of a report, and the Commission took note of that. We agree that there has been, or we believe that there has been, an excessive delay on purpose to the proceedings, and once again we insist on the fact that this is extremely unfortunate. There was an attempt to include or deal with all of the technical issues during the proceedings. That hasn't been possible. Please rely on our support to continue in the most appropriate manner possible. And as soon as possible, we agree with the Chair that this should be done as soon as possible.
Thank you, Spain. Russian Federation, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We are also disappointed with the outcome of today's meeting, and we understand that a number of delegations have become accustomed to adopting reports en bloc, but in this case, it's our legitimate right to comply with legal formalities, and we called for a vote and there was no quorum. So we also regret it, but we agree with your decision as chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Spain again, please.
Dear Madam Chair, we do apologize for taking the floor again, but I'd just like to clarify that what is pending is the approval of the report in full as drafted, as it is now. The proceedings have been halted because of a lack of quorum at this time, and therefore, when there is an extraordinary session of or whatever you believe appropriate, this should be put to the vote, and that should be the end of it. Thank you very much.
Exactly, Spain. Thank you very much. So, yeah. And dear ECA members, this was a very challenging day. And okay, Spain again.
Just briefly, we'd like to thank the interpreters for their work, thank the previous chairman and the new chair for their work, and also thank all of the colleagues for their work.
Del gobierno húngaro.
And of course, the Hungarian government.
Thank you very much, Spain. We were supposed to say the same. And yes, of course. So I also thank you, the ECA members, for your patience, for your persistence, for your constructive contribution and participation, not just today, but over the last 2 days. I would, on behalf of the Secretariat and the EXCOM, address special thanks to the interpreters who are supporting us very generously. Thank you so much once again. According to the rules of procedure, we were supposed to have a short meeting of the newly elected chairperson, vice chairpersons, and the members of the EXCOM, but I believe it's too late now, so maybe we will communicate, maybe it's better to communicate it in written after we close the session. Do you agree with that, Piotr?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. The intention of the Secretariat and the Chairperson was to hold a short informative meeting of the newly elected members of the Executive Committee. However, it is late indeed, so it may be very difficult. So the suggestion would be that either we would have the short meeting online, or we simply move on to a formal meeting of the Executive Committee, which would probably be held in November this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Piotr. Russian Federation again, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would also like to clarify regarding the next session. We are talking about, in principle, putting the report to a vote, and not the question of adopting it en bloc or not en bloc. I understand that is the case. It's just a question of putting it, of having a vote on the report, irrespective of whether it's en bloc or not en bloc.
Okay, Russian Federation, thank you for the clarification. It will be up to the members to decide that. Thank you. With this, I believe that we are ready to close the session. I thank you all for your constructive contribution. I wish you all the best. Very nice evening or safe trip back home. And we are keen to see you soon. Thank you.